Welcome, everyone. Hello, Twitch. Getting my apron tied here if you're confused what I'm doing here. There we go. All right. So we got a couple of things still going from Monday. We have both our stock and our lard. This is still rendering, but I have already filtered this off once. I'm sure this looks absolutely delicious. Not at all. But that is what's left of all of that fat that was in that pan on Monday. That and this. This is how much cooking oil that we have taken off of this pig. Plus the leaf lard. So we've got a full one of these, and also this jar here with the nice white, clean leaf fat. So it'd be good for tortillas, any sort of baking where you're using lard. You know, your pie crusts, all that good stuff. And then this thing, this isn't quite cooled down, it's still liquid right now. But it's not exactly warm either, considering I can... this is going to be cooking oil. This is going to be more like frying oil for the future. And then we've got our stock, which I have to strain off, which has just been, well, stock, broth, probably more broth than a stock. We've got a decent amount of trimmings and stuff in there, and I've given that a considerable strain here, but there's still more fat to go. Give this a quick rinse off. This is already the fat that I've pulled off of this stock. We're going to pull a bit more off here now. I'm going to turn the oil off, or the lard off. We're going to leave it with that. We're going to live with what's left in that pan there and strain that for the last of our frying style oil. Pan handle where I can knock it off. This one over here. Not sure which pan handle you're referring to, Nan Reader. Oh. Well, that's... It's not even warm. It's like room temp. It's just warm enough barely to not be solid. And you're always going to get a little bit of the stock that you want when you're straining, that you're trying to get as much of the oil and other things that can come to the top. More older an animal is, there's more of these, whether it's beef or pig, is more than, say, chicken. Different impurities that seem to come up to the top, and some of them can actually affect the flavor of your overall stock. But if you remember, I don't have a photo of it to show you. When I started this stock on Monday, it was like with bones up to here, and they have all collapsed and cooked down into it. Oh, absolutely would be a mess. Speaking of a mess, that probably is a mess. I put a can into my freezer a while ago, and I completely forgot about that until just now for some reason. So I'm going to strain this after we get some coffee going. And then we'll get into Takis, which I have like a vague memory of maybe trying these and not really loving the texture of the rolled tortilla. It's been a while, and that's a very vague, it may be not real. Either way, we got both the shells, which was what actually won the vote, and I got the chips as well. Start by wetting paper filter. So the plan for the Takis tonight is primarily I'm going to do some mac and cheese. I've got some macaroni, well, not exactly macaroni, but we got some pasta. We got 2 types of cheddar cheese, and going to do bechamel with those along with some shredded cheese in with that and a bunch of the Takis ground up. Additionally, I'm going to be making a ground up Taki no churn ice cream. Just do it in a pan flat in the freezer with a high fat mixture. Mix a bunch of the Takis in there. I'm hoping that the corn from that will make it somewhat sweet like it did with the corn dog ice cream. But it'll definitely have to have all the sour and heat from the flavor on these. And then I'm going to put some fresh pineapple with that once that sets up. And that'll be my dessert. How is everyone this lovely Wednesday? Hopefully everyone's weeks are going well. Hey, Clipper, welcome, man. Happy Wednesday to you. Think I finally got the gain figured out in my lav mic. So hopefully I'm maybe a little bit quieter on stream, but not going to be clipping at all anymore on my Speaking of clippers. Ooh. New thing of sugar. Finally worked my way through all the white filters, and I just put an order in yesterday for some natural paper filters, so I'll be going back to natural paper filters for my coffee here soon. Welcome in, Bun Buns. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Ah. What do I start with first? I think I'm going to crush up some Takis to start. I should maybe even give these a shot. Ooh, I didn't realize. Okay, so these are Takis sticks. What I knew of is Takis, and what I thought these were when I grabbed them on the shelf were the rolled like tortillas. But it's still the same flavoring, so. Yeah, that's got a heat that grows on you. It's like a Chipotle almost like heat. And then there's obviously some, I don't think there's as much lime as I was expecting, like straight up citric acid. But then again, maybe it's just getting hidden by all the heat. It probably absolutely destroyed the flavor of my coffee. We'll see here in a moment. I'm having one of those days where it's 4 o'clock already. Like, it got to 2:30 and I was like, I had to go and get the things from, I had to go and see if, I've never even been to this store before, but it's apparently a Walmart, like, local market. It's essentially like a supermarket ran by Walmart. I don't know really why, because I think pretty much, unless you have no transportation, I don't know. Because it's like maybe a mile from a full-blown Walmart. The need to, I don't know. Mm. There goes our smashing for the evening, or a rolling of our Takis. We need that for two things, both for the topping on our mac and cheese and for our ice cream. Do I want to use that bowl for this? I'm going to use my coarse mesh strainer here because I want the finer stuff for the ice cream. And it doesn't really matter for, actually it's going to be not all that great for the mac and cheese, so save all the bulkier stuff for the mac and cheese. The leftover, I don't know how much the color comes through from the bag, but that bag has just got that red hue to it now. You can see we're getting mac and cheese ice cream. But before we get into the ice cream mixing, I need to get that oil separating behind me. That's first. I'm going to do that by just straining the last of this fat. If any of you were here on Monday and remember all of the fat that was in this same pot, this is still that same fat. It's just been cooking and cooking and cooking and cooking. Keeping it roughly at about boiling for a long, long time. We'll use the leftover fat to help strain this other scraps in there. And just allow that to drip strain for a while. I'm going to turn the heat off on our stock over here so that can start cooling. Need a bowl and a whisk first. Bowl and a whisk first. What else do we need for this right now? Nada. I am going to move these out of splash range from the cream. We're going to whip this up to whipped cream. Battle to war. All sorts of help here for first night, first battle of the night. Thank you for joining in, everyone. Victory. Victory. Entropy getting them kills. Honorable mention to Tibetit. Entropy and Div Wilson getting the rewards. Welcome in. Ooh, do we go for the top boss or the bottom boss? They look like they're the same. Element of Strength of Earth. Guess it doesn't matter. Let's go for the close one. I want my army well rested. We got some stuff here. We got it all hidden down here below my... We're going to go down here in the corner then. We'll go from there. Thank you for that follow. Back to whipping some cream. What's everyone thinking of the audio tonight? Was the game too loud? Was it too quiet? Music too loud, too quiet? My voice volume, too loud? Yeah, I essentially turned down the gain on my microphone to the point that it wasn't clipping at all. I haven't explored it at all, and that's sort of something for me to learn here in the next part, but I can add in, from this point, I can add in sort of simplistic equalizers, software equalizers, and I just haven't gotten to that, to being able to use that to better, get even better with it, because I can make my volume louder if I'm not clipping. Oh, hands getting tired now. Ugh. is just some heavy cream. We're just making some old school whipped cream. Which we're getting there. We'll add in our Taki powder. And it's over here. And condensed milk. The idea behind this ice cream, which it is not my favorite recipe for ice cream. It is a bit heavy on the fat. Is then mixing this loveliness with a can of condensed milk. And we're going to use the lightness of the whipped cream to help with this, give us our airiness, what airiness we'll get out of this. And there we have Takis Fuego ice cream. Putting that in a thin layer. Is there a song I should be deleting here, Ozzy? Or is that a sincere comment? Alright, this is going to go in the freezer just like that. And 2-3 hours it should set up nicely. And then we'll mix in some fresh pineapple with that. Clean this board off. There we go, some actual soap suds. And for some odd reason, there's water draining behind my dish rack. Leave that there just to soak up whatever's there. On to cheese. The rest of this is going to go into the bechamel. So you can see what we got here after straining that, getting rid of the, letting that fat do its thing. We have relatively clean oil. You pour that off of the pan, you'll get most of the sediment at the back, and you can just sort of skip that. And so I'm going to add this to that. I got to go on and wrap this first, though. So, left a decent amount of sediment in the bottom of the pan there. But and so this is going to be my frying oil for a little while here. Actually, I should get myself another bottle of normal frying oil, since frying oil is supposed to be the next casualty of international trade and war and politics and stuff that I'd rather not talk about. I hope you're all having a lovely Wednesday. But we're going to start off from here into making that bechamel. And give this a quick rinse out. Get that oil out of there. And start making a roux in the first pan here. I'm almost out of butter. Had to pull out the frozen reserve. Just in case I need it later. What did I come over here for? Flour. Awesome bun buns. And cut the heat there because I got ahead of myself. Okay. Flame back on. I'm gonna steal some pork stock. Because who wouldn't want their mac and cheese with a little bit of light pork flavoring? Now we'll start adding half and half. Just a whole pint. And we're going to wait for that to come back up to a boil. 4 minutes until our stream meters. So, these things aren't as bad as I expected them to be. I expect them to be heavier hitters than they were. I mean, they got some decent heat to them. But like I was saying, it's a little bit like chipotle powder. It's mostly that it creeps up on you. Oh, we can give you a little bit more flame than that. Oh, we can hit this with some salt and pepper and other good stuff too. Like MSG. A little bit of Italian seasoning. Oh, mustard. A little bit of yellow mustard and a little bit of we want all the umami here. All the umamis. Oh. Can't quite get all of you. I'm gonna leave the bomber out. Sorry, bomber. Victory. Victory. Ooh, 50 scrolls. SoCal Aussie getting those kills. Catalina getting us the assists. Migraine with the assist. Aussie with the 50 Centurion scrolls. Wow, nice pickup there. Ooh, do we go? I'm thinking we got to go bottom route, but that gives us choice. Do we go gold or green? Do this map like I normally do. Start over here. That way they have to come through the slow stuff to get to us. Let's see what else we got here. I saw we had an upgrade, so let's take a look at quests first. Get my daily crystals. So we got our bechamel cooking. Bubbling away here and thickening up. And turn this down a bit now that it's up to temp. We have to cook that for a little bit, which will give me time to start in on next projects here. Bacon. Bacon. we have our bacon from yesterday. Although, it's not really bacon yet. So we need to turn on our scale here, see exactly how much we got. Now, learning from my last pig that I harvested, I best like a 2% cure and without aromatics. Wait a minute, let's... Darn it, now I reset it. Let's redo this. Tower o' Bacon. So we need 24, 25, let's say 26 grams of pre-made cure, which you can look up different cures online. They're all just generally a mix of salt, sugar, and prog powder, or the other pink salt, the pink salt that you can't eat, curing salt, which you should be very careful about to make sure that it doesn't get into your food, because it's only for curing. All right. Scratch paper time. That's our first one and our biggest piece. And then those three together, almost twice that. Now let's make sure we got enough cure. Didn't realize you couldn't see all that before. Oopsies. Oh, we definitely have enough for that. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking this. There we go. 43 grams will be our first. And our second is going to be 26. Ooh. And that's for our second one. Put my bacon cure back away for another 2 years. And then we're going to make sure that these all get evenly coated with this mixture. Did I end up writing curing bacon into the dinner command or not? Did I remember to do that? Did someone... type that in for me while I get my hands all dirty? I didn't. Thank you, Catalina. Or Catalina? Well, I'm familiar with both because I lived in the LA area. And I have a feeling my dad would probably remember the salad dressing. Okay, so this is the start of our week-long cure now. These are going to sit in the fridge for the next 7 days. And I'm going to try and remember, let's see, we should do this on Monday. I should try and remember to get these out, make sure and turn them and flip them around and turn them all around. As with most things you cure, we're adding in a bunch of salt and a bunch of sugar there. Both of those are going to draw a bunch of moisture out of here. So even though this is a very dry mixture right now, this is going to get some liquid accumulating in it. So you want to keep it in a container, or what I'm going to do is do both of these and then just store them in this. Nice. I spent about 3 years in LA. It's about half split between Palms, which is near Culver City area of LA, neighborhood of Palms, and then down in San Pedro later. And then I moved up here to Sonoma. What part of Australia? I'm guessing the eastern side because the western side's probably asleep. Cleaning up a little of that pork goodness from those bags with the bacon. Nice. Oh, let's get this a little bit more. Try and get all of that here and there and stuck to it. Stay. And now, since we were working with prog powder, I'm going to clean that pan out. I'm going to clean my hands here. And then we'll put everything away. And just so everyone knows, if I'm speaking of prog powder, I am most certainly talking about prog powder number 1. Number 2 is considerably different. Stay. Ooh, I'm out of my coffee already. I need a beverage. Aqua. Making sure there's still heat on this thing. And we'll add on all of our cheese now. Cut the heat on that after we add our cheese. There we go. There is our cheese sauce for our macaroni and cheese tonight. Stay. Next part is getting these into the fridge and getting they actually all fit in one row. We're going to strain some stock here next. For those just joining in, let's do a little recap here. We've got our topping for our mac and cheese and our cheese sauce on the fridge or on the stove there trying to fall off. We've got our Takis no churn ice cream setting up nicely in the freezer. That is a little bit of liquid still there, but that's pretty well set up now already. But now we're going to get back to stock. And let's see what we got here. Oh, hey, a bug. Last used this for chicken stock, so it wasn't too long ago. I think that's probably best done on the stove, at least for the cameras. So even though I'm planning to use this, this is going to come off. And I'm going to bring this over off of the stove too. Just trying to get all the oil I can out of that. We still got some more still draining out of this slowly. Strainers. Hi, camera. Oops. Sorry, bumped the camera. Rather, mount. Ah. Hit the mount. But yeah, that's some cooked pork there. Those bones are white and nothing's still attached to them at all. Now that's a hip socket. And there we got some stock. And people were wondering if I was going to get any flavor into that water on Monday. And that's at least 1.5 gallons. I told you I'd get close to 2. I used some of it for the bechamel even today. You can use it for anything you use stock for. It's the same thing. It's a flavorful liquid that is going to be great to make gravies, to make pan sauces, to to poach things in, or to cook rice in, or any starch in, to give them all different flavors and a whole lot more flavor. In this case, it's just going to be a whole lot of pork flavor. And so I'm going to say that this fat has done its job. We're going to take this out of the strainer, put that into the food compost. And I don't think it's not going to be, it's going to be a pain to strain that all out separately. So I'm going to live with that. Next step, I should have left the trivet out, is making pasta. Let's do our battle first. Lots of help in here. No problem. We got that covered. Victory. Entropy getting them kills. Azus getting the assists. Catalina getting the scrolls. Congrats to you. Some goodies from me too. I'm just going to continue on in this bottom route. I am welcome to any feedback, whether you want to go for gold or green, if we get there tonight. If not, it'll be on Friday. And same thing as last time. I'm going to go up here to the top and let them work their way through that stuff towards me. And so say, right about there, under. Sorry to Ozzy. I wonder how much there is of a lag between me doing it. Like, there's a certain amount of lag that's in the Twitch stream where if you're actually watching it. But I wonder how much lag is in the actual game itself if you aren't watching the stream with the game. But I think I did most of the stuff in the rest of the game last round. So we'll go back to cooking here now. On the board here, I have white correct, please. We have these crazy things for our pasta tonight. That being a pound of pasta, we need a pound and a quarter of water. I'm not going to worry about a little dairy in my pasta water. Bit of salt. A little olive oil. And now we're going to turn the heat on that. maybe a light saute temp. Medium cook temp there for the pasta. And I like doing it with the lid on, but the lid is somewhat optional towards getting that going. Okay. So that started. Our lard is pretty much set. Our lard is now getting whiter as it cools, or at least a little bit yellower, but it's and it'll be white. Maybe not quite as white, but close to that when we're done. It's really surprising to me that a cooking action, when you put a bunch of fat that's yellow off of an animal, especially a fresh animal, into a pan, and then you boil that, and then it turns white when it cools. It's like it turns it even purer. Silly. So we're doing our pasta. Let's bag up some stock while we're waiting. I guess I can try bagging on this scale. I don't think I ever have. Come here, bags. I meant for that to happen. Thankfully, the mic I'm returning was not a part of that. I don't know, I grabbed a ladle. Ladle is the wrong project tool for this project. Wow, that's close to the camera. Still don't know why I have this over here. Yeah, so we got at least 1.5 gallons here. Oops. No more calls. Why, hello there, canning funnel. Why, hello there, pork stock. Not originally intended for liquids, but they're made out of the same plastic as pop bottles, so no aromatics, just a very simple, actually it isn't a stock, it's a broth. There's a bunch of scrap meat that was used, there was a bunch of, anything that I could cut up and put in stew meat is stew meat, but there was still a bunch of, any of the scrap meats and stuff like that, and that all went in there too. I roasted it all off before I simmered it for a considerable amount of time. was a little worried that one didn't open up right. Boiling over here yet? Why are you not boiling? Oh, I'm hardly cooking you. Put some real heat underneath there. Next project is going to use my bag sealer to seal them all up. Thank you for the follow. Hey, Evangeline. Enjoy your lurk. What you enjoying for dinner tonight, Evangeline? Nice. I actually thought about doing those on April Fools when I did the whole swap savory for sweet. Made the pepperoni roll cake and served it with the chocolate rice crispy meatloaf. Nice. Happy birthday to Doggy. Alright, so now these are all sealed. Safe to just lay down and seal. I'm not seeing any photos of this cute dog in the Discord here, Evangeline. Just to distinguish them from the chicken, because chicken's somewhat close in color. Of course, the chicken had other things helping the color. This is just straight pork. Pork. And maybe want to add some seaweed or but it'd make a pretty decent broth for just about anything. It's just tasty pork. I assure you it would be tastier than those little packets in the instant ramen. Not even a fair competition, I doubt. Okay. We still got water here, almost done. Let's finish this water off. Pasta is cooked. We're going to turn the heat off on that. I didn't hear that come up to a boil. Let's make sure that's not stuck on bottom. Nope, we're looking pretty good there, actually. Love that method for cooking pasta quick. And for anyone wondering, I mean, those are looking maybe just slightly under, but those are cooked through nicely. Let's let them steam a little bit longer. Welcome in, Penguin. I don't know why I'm leaning over here, away from the mic over here, when I'm supposed to be just blocking this mic here. We're gonna give that. How are we looking on stream meters? We ready to do another stream meters yet? Another 5 minutes on that. Okay, what else can we do while we're waiting? Fat's curing, stock is done. Ice cream is curing. Yeah, let's dig in back here. I'm gonna take off my main cam for a moment here and dig into the chest freezer. I'm gonna grab a little pork for tonight. Penguin, just doing basic cheddar bechamel tonight. I added some other spices and some other flavors in there. But as far as cheese, it's just a straight bechamel. Or straight cheddar bechamel. Both white and yellow cheddar. Oh well, I'll just give up on that. My suspender came off. This one little suspender that comes over here has gotten all bent up over the last year or two. Cheese block melter. What, you want me doing some, oh, what is the name of that? What is the famous cheese that they essentially griddle? Yes, raclette. I'm gonna go hide this pan because it's taking up space. Yes, raclette. Which I don't think I've had authentically. I can't remember if I've had the cheese by itself in some other fashion. Over here, camera. The cat. There's no... It's a cat. Putting the pork I just pulled out of the freezer, which is completely frozen already, by the way. Completely. I'm just gonna let that sit in the water. Have I seen... No, I haven't. I think I've heard of it. Oh, there's a whole bunch of ones that are like that, and then it's like... It's like half of the streamers here on Twitch are stumbling over themselves trying to be noticed by Food Beast. When I'm sitting there looking at Food Beast and I'm like, okay, those shows were awesome on YouTube back in the day, but why am I subjecting myself to their judging? I mean, it's not Epic Mealtime. Whoa. Placed our haste buff up there. Victory. It is Amori and Catalina getting us our kills and assists there. Let's see any other honorable mentions here. Theirbow, Hip Hop. Catalina and SoCal getting those scrolls though. Congrats to you. I'm going for the clearing right in through here. All right, next step. Let's go back to doing some cooking here. We'll take our cooked pasta over here. We're going to make sure this is nice and warmed back up again. Give this a moment under a high flame. Just make sure it gets nice and loosened back up. But this is a bechamel with half and half Italian seasoning. I forget what all else I threw in there, but I threw in a bunch of lovely things that I thought would be great for with our mac and cheese. Some mustard powder, and then we got obviously our two types of cheese in there, both the white and yellow cheddar. Now I'm just going to pour that right over the top of this pasta here. Yes. Umami, yes. A little hint of the heaviest stuff. Let's give a shot and see what this needs as far as any seasoning, if we need more salt. That's not bad right there. If it was end product, I might say it uses a little more salt, but we got these Takis that are going to be layered in there, so it's going to have a bit more seasoning in there. I'm going to quick give this spoon a rinse because I'd prefer to use this for scooping. And then our yellow cheddar, or white cheddar, and crushed Takis. We'll do our first layer of this. More pasta. And turn the oven on while I'm here too. Maybe answer. It'll be too thin. You can, but it'll be like maybe as thick as cream. Like, the cheese is not going to thicken the sauce that much. You need some other thickener in there, whether it's a roux like I used, or some sort of cornstarch, potato starch. Yeah. Excuse me. Trying to prevent from hiccuping while I'm talking on stream. Light dusting of the good stuff over the top. Just to make sure we get a nice browning and crust on top. It's not really going to carry a ton of flavor with just a little bit over the top. To some people, I don't know. It sort of depends on if you're one of the cheese fanatics or if you're a chocolate fanatic. Welcome in, Sotos. Welcome back. You starting to defrost over here, pork, yet? It's like it's like I froze this just to defrost it. But I didn't know that I was planning to use some pork tonight. I got all sorts of cleanup tonight. And this is going to go in a 350-degree oven once that preheats. I'm waiting on this pork to get out of here so that I can get this out of the sink. Let's do a little cleanup while we're waiting then. This is actually the part that I dread of doing all the pork. It's not the actual butchering. It's not being tiring myself all. I was beyond tired when I finished that stream the other night. It's the cleanup of the giant stock pots, the giant pot that I have in the living room now with that's left over from rendering the lard, the strainers that are all filthy now. That is what drives me nuts about this project. The rest of it I actually sort of enjoy. Like most things, some more attention and care you give to your projects, whether they be food or anything else, better they end up being from your own perspective. That much tastier, that much better than instant ramen. I'm complaining about the instant ramen because I actually ate some earlier this month, or within the 30-day month, and I just remember it just leaving me with this horrible oil aftertaste, and for the longest time, and it didn't even really. I'm tempted to throw those out. I've kept them in my kitchen because I use them as a lazy noodle every now and then. But the reality of why I bought them and why I have them here is more as emergency supply. It's something to easily boil food that'll last forever, sort of a thing. I used to keep bottled water until I realized I had bottled water that was 3 years old. And I don't know if you've had old bottled water. Apparently it's supposed to be still safe. I don't know, but they put expiration dates on it. But if you try old water that's been in a bottle for a long time, it tastes like it. You can, yeah. So I actually still have that water, but its current use is for watering plants. It's sitting on my porch right now, which is where my porch is there. So, yeah. Get the pork out of the sink so that I can spray down some of these other pans and stuff and just get them out of the way. Yeah, ever since I discovered you can typically find refrigerated noodles in the fresh sections of even major supermarkets, not just Asian supermarkets. If I'm doing ramen purposely at home, if I'm doing any sort of noodle purposely at home, I'm either making them myself or I'm just going to buy those. And so these have turned into I'll maybe use them if I'm really tired and lazy and don't even want to leave the house tired. Wow, that oven still hasn't preheated. Not so concerned with tonight's stream maybe going a little bit longer than usual, because the longer we wait, the more that ice cream is going to set up. And I'd like to have something that I can serve on stream. Ad watchers, you're watching an ad now. You're not going to hear what I was going to say anyways. Which was, I'm just going to clean this. What do you think? Should I add a... Oh, I can't really... The problem with it is I haven't found a mount that's going to work well for it. But I need to find something to do with my old camera while it's still usable. I mean, it's a nice camera if I'm just doing HD. I guess I was trying to tease doing a sync cam again, but not quite yet. I had to figure out some sort of mount to a non-permanent mount, something that's not going to ruin things because I'm renting, that'll allow me to put a camera shooting down over this area. starting heating the pan up there. Oh, come over here, cat. What are you doing? Come here, camera. What are you trying to stare at? Huh? Wait. I'm over here. Okay, our oven's to temp, so I'm going to throw this lovely concoction of mac and cheese and Takis into the oven. All right, got some decent smoke going there, decent heat going. Let's throw in some of this pork. Oh, we got to season this up too. Let's give this some good salt. If you hadn't noticed, this wasn't originally part of the menu plan for tonight. This is the encore because I actually found the taco shells, which I was not expecting to. They were a limited time product, only available at Walmart, and of the 3 Walmarts in the county, or if you want to call this one this like grocery store or Walmart, this is the only one that had them in their inventory. But to give you a good idea of what you can do with pork stock, we're going to use it with this pork tonight. We're going to take these and fill them up with mac and cheese after we're done making mac and cheese. So our Taki mac and cheese tacos with cooked pork and who knows what else I can scrounge up around here. I've got salsa on the shelf over there. I've got some sour cream. I've got more cheddar that I can put on top. Never made mac and cheese tacos before, so I've made a mac and cheese quesadilla once. That was good. I do have to admit that it looked better than it turned out, though. But it was a lack of sauce, I think, if I remember correctly. I gotta turn all these before we do our battle. So if I forget, please remind me. Thank you for the confidence, Catalina. Just start adding some spices here, starting with some cumin, some smoked paprika, some garlic powder, onion powder, leave it at that. Oh, one more. Where's my chili powder? Chili powder. As if we didn't have enough spice going on tonight. I just happen to have some pork stock available here. Is one of these... Is this a short one or is this a short one? They both look short. We'll let that reduce. Cook down and become yummy. In the meantime, let's do our battle. Victory. Victory. Bonidic. Catalina getting us our kills and assists there. Honorable mentions to Migraine and myself there. Catalina getting the gold though. That way most of us are next to the crystal to get the benefits of it. And we can push this way as they work their way through. I don't know if that's a pathway or not. I don't know if that's faster or slower. That's actually my biggest problem with this game, is figuring out which of the barriers are barriers, which of them are roads, and which of them are like bushes or something to slow you down. We'll wait and see what we get here in 30 minutes with that. We got our pork simmering away there. We got to get our... I don't really have room for that. I got to put that in the chest freezer, which means it's happening after stream tonight. I think it's cutting pineapple time. Anyone want a pineapple tree? I'm optimistic for this one. Doesn't have the greatest color, but it is feeling sugary. And then we're cutting this for an ice cream, so relatively small cut on this. I think that ought to be enough for our ice cream. Not as sweet as I was hoping. Not the greatest pineapple. Chili powder. Pork is looking nice. Let's take a look at this ice cream and see if we can mix this in. That ain't strawberry. looks mighty strawberry, though. Like, if I told someone that was strawberry ice cream, I think a lot of people would buy that. Making Takis? No, I'm using them in everything. What you're seeing here is Taki ice cream. With some pineapple that I'm folding in and throwing over the top. Alright, back into the freezer for this loveliness. Reduce down liquid. Oh, we need that pork to cook a little bit and loosen up a little bit too, but get rid of this. Ooh. Thank you for that sub, Catalina. Greatly appreciate it. Happy you stumbled upon me. Got another 2.5 minutes on our mac and cheese. We're in the middle of an ad here, so I'm going to take the ad time to see if I can sneak these into the chest freezer, which means I want to take the main camera off for a second. You can stop trying to follow me, you cat of a camera. Alright. We've got our shells and our sticks. I don't know, these things are sort of addicting, the sticks. Like I said before, I remember trying the actually original Takis, which are like a rolled tortilla. I remember not loving the texture of them. And these I can get down with. These are just simple little sticks. I think these are probably wheat instead of corn, too. Still corn flour, but it's flour. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I want to get that a little bit longer. We'll give that another 5 minutes before we pull that out. Hey, Hazel, welcome in. Shred a little bit more. Well, we can just chop a little cheese. Well, the Fuego flavor, which is their claim to fame flavor, is both rather extreme on the chili, or I want to say it's like a chipotle, or where the heck do I have it? Cayenne. Very cayenne-like pepper to them, which is it's got a bit of heat to it. I tell you, it's on the higher end of retail products for heat, but it's also got a lot of lime, but it's like citric acid lime, so you get a little bit of that acid bite and that acid burn. I'm sure after you eat a bunch of them, you get a considerable bit more acid burn to them. And then the heat just slowly builds, and so you'd be like a handful into them before you really get the full heat. It's almost confusing, the two of them. They're so strongly on there. Probably wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it's right in there, the same ballpark as everyone was talking tagine earlier. Chili powder, tagine, cayenne. Just chopping cheese because less to clean. Knife's already got to be cleaned tonight. What, Ozzy? What'd you do now? Why? I hope that's like the only pizza spot that's near you, like you're forced to use them or something. Their stuff is like, their tomato sauce is like sugar. Way too sweet. And that's coming from me, Mr. Making Taki into ice cream. Eating pineapple while he's making dinner. It sounded interesting enough to me that I decided to make it, even though my ice cream chilling sleeve, was on the rack over here. That's why we're doing the no churn version, because I didn't have my thing frozen. So there is our Taki mac and cheese. Over here on the stove, I'm going to take this lovely mixture and swap it down to a smaller cast iron. Just to keep more moisture on the meat itself while it's cooking and reducing down. We'll let that pan cool a bit before I clean it. I was just gonna straight spray it out, but it's not great for the pan. Still trying to move away from that mic rather than cover this one. It looks like it's still doing all right for right now. Looks like I overdid it with the Taki topping. That's almost like a third of what I made. Let's see what this is like. We're gonna have to give this a try. We'll go with this. Already tried everything for salt. Let's give this a shot. Definitely edible. Started thinking I probably should have gone finer with this, almost like breadcrumb consistency. Like, the crunch is nice, but it's almost too much crunch. Especially with the cheese going on there. Going to give that a splash of water. It's right about where I wanted it, so it was going to get too thick by the time I wanted to use it. Is there flour in this? That heat is building even with this, too. Nope. There is, however, not even hidden, monosodium glutamate. Not even hiding it. Just straight up MSG. I appreciate that. Oh, we can turn that oven off now. Clean off my cast iron. Now tell me, do you think I'm afraid of soap in my cast iron? People are afraid of soap on cast iron pans because they can wear away and do wear away on its finish. It hurts. Essentially, you're creating a cure on the pan from getting oil to fill in gaps on the pan. And if you use soap, you're going to do your best to remove all the oil from that surface that you can, because oil is very much designed to break oil bonds with things. It's its primary goal is to break the bonds with oils with other things so that they don't have breaks their connection. And so if you use a lot of soap in a pan, especially a brand new cured pan, like straight from the factory, you can like straight up remove it and then you leave it and dry it out and get rusty on you. If you got a pan that you've got and you've been using it regularly for ages, or you got one that's, you know, like 100 years old, I don't think you really need to worry about that. People worry about the seasoning, the wok hay of your cast iron pan, and they're worried that soap is going to remove that flavor from your pan. It is to a little degree, but it's not the end of the world. We'll go with haste for this battle. Try and get a lot of you in here. Oh, I was hoping we were going to save the flying rogue. Didn't quite get there. Victory. Victory. Migraine getting those kills yet again. Catalina getting some kills along with their assists. Honorable mention to Yazotag, Hazeltari, SoCal, and Catalina getting the rewards there. Congrats to you. I think we're going to do one more battle tonight. I'll put my Berserker out there for once. It's been a while since I used my Berserker. I'm going to put him at the top here, though. Hopefully go through this. There we go. We'll all pile in there and see what we get in 30 minutes. But I also think that this is probably a good time to take a quick AFK here. Maybe 10 minutes. I'm going to go sit down. And because we need some more time. We need some more time for our ice cream in the freezer to finish setting up once again after adding that pineapple. That pineapple is going to warm it all up yet again. And then, so the freezer's got to overcome not only... It's got to overcome all that pineapple that we put in there. And the beef, or the pork that's simmering here on the stove is just going to be better with more time. It's just going to break down more and be softer and yummier. And so I'm going to take 10 minutes or so, rest, relax, and come back and we'll finish things up. I hope to see you back.
There's no other box of facial tissues like this. Scotty's new Magic Oval box. Only Scotty's give you tissues that float up gently, one at a time, and come out in neat handfuls too, because there's a Magic Oval inside every new Scotty's box. Only Scotty's Magic Oval can give you tissues that float up, smooth and easy. No tugging, no tearing, no extra tissues tagging along. And Scotty's Magic Oval does even more. It lets you reach in for tissues by the handful, all neatly folded, just right for pocket or purse. Scotty's new Magic Oval box is pretty too. And inside, soft, strong, sneeze-proof Scotty's. Remember, for tissues that float up smoothly and come out in neatly folded handfuls, look for Scotty's pretty new Magic Oval box, the only one of its kind.
If you've ever been to Venice, you remember the gondolas and the picturesque waterways. And you remember the food, too. Superb food, prepared with that very special Italian touch. The same special Italian touch that Chef Boyardee sauce with meat can give to your meals over here. Because the recipe for this tangy sauce has been brought over from Italy by this famous Italian chef. Chef Boyardee sauce with meat is made from juicy, sun-ripened tomatoes and tender quality beef, simmered in a spicy sauce that makes a rice and cheese loaf, a casserole, or a spaghetti dish a real Italian-style dish. So when you'd like to add that special Italian touch to your dinner, do it with Chef Boyardee sauce with meat. Try Chef Boyardee sauce with mushrooms, too. Both are prepared from the chef's own Italian recipe.
What? Keeping the coffee in the icebox? Yes, Mr. Jones, it's a new kind of coffee, roasted by a new secret process. Hence, this new none such coffee has a different flavor, a flavor preserved by vacuum packing, the flavor retained by refrigeration after the jar has been opened. Just taste it. You can't miss that delicate aroma, that clean, mellow taste. Yes, in cooking, the way to a man's heart is most of all through the coffee pot. In every jar, you'll find 3 special pointers, valuable in all methods of making coffee. Try new none such coffee now. Use half the jar. If not 100% satisfied, get all your money back from your grocer without argument. Special for movie week, only 28 cents a pound, plus 3 cents refundable deposit on the jar.
Off into space. Man, that takes real teamwork. And here's a team of junior spacemen with an out-of-this-world breakfast that teams up V8 juice and Cheerios for flavor and energy. What a treat! A flavorful glassful of refreshing V8 juice and Cheerios with power protein, plus vitamin B1 for Go Power. And now, here's a special out-of-this-world free offer. This Moon Rocket Kit, both a toy and an exciting game. First, blast off. It separates in midair and lands 2 spacemen on a moon map. You get this wonderful game only through this free offer. Send your name and address and 1 V8 label plus 1 box top from these specially marked packages of Cheerios, Kix, or Frostios to Moon Rocket Kit, Mount Vernon 10, New York. Get Campbell's V8 cocktail vegetable juice with any one of these Big G cereals.
3, 2, 1, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! There she goes!
Yes, you can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real electronic missile base. You sit at the controls and move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as the giant Atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
Now, a new creation from Seal Test. Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions. Handy envelopes bring you brand new convenience and ease. Zip, it's open, quick and neat. Just the amount you need. The easy way to serve cottage cheese. The rest stays moist and creamy, ready for next time.
Are they handy? Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions.
So easy to use, quick, and no bother at all.
The rest stays really fresh, moist and creamy.
Yes, serving cottage cheese was never as easy as this. Seal Test's new square package with handy, ready-to-serve portions. Zip, it's open. Simple as can be. The rest stays moist and creamy fresh. You'll love Seal Test cottage cheese in new, ready-to-serve portions. Get some soon.
Everybody needs energy-packed Sunbeam bread. Yes, it's all aboard for fun in the park, but Junior hasn't got energy enough for fun. He'd sure like to ride that horse. Hey, what's this? An energy-packed Sunbeam sandwich. You bet every delicious slice of Sunbeam bread sure does pack a big energy wallop. There's nothing like Sunbeam Energy to help you stay on the beam. Now, look at them go. On Sunbeam Energy, they sure do enjoy life. Everybody needs the kind of real zip and zing pep that delicious Sunbeam bread gives you. Yes, stay on the beam with energy-packed Sunbeam bread. All day long, eat Sunbeam bread and renew energy as you burn it up. Eat delicious Sunbeam bread.
Alexis Lachine wines are full of flavor. Alexis Lachine wines are dry. Alexis Lachine wines are mellow. Drink an Alexis Lachine wine with any kind of food. Or anytime you feel like relaxing with a drink. Alexis Lachine, fine French wines.
Hey, kids, look what's new. A brand new cereal just for you. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package. See? Inside, delicious, crispy, crinkly stars. And outside, a real storybook. All about Twinkles, the magic elephant. See him fly with his rotor tail. Watch him do tricks with his magic trunk. Meet Twinkle's friends, Fulton the inventor, Sanford the parrot, Wilbur the monkey, and more. Read all about their adventures on every storybook package of Twinkles. And wait till you taste those golden little stars, filled with the goodness of energy oats and corn. Remember, only Twinkles has the storybook package. Just tear the magic line and your storybook opens. Twinkles, the new star-shaped cereal in the storybook package.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light, that's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices. Have an adventure. Have a Labatt's.
Folks, why do you eat Wheaties?
We like it.
But did you know it's always been whole wheat with all the bran, and bran is one of nature's best sources of food fiber.
That's news to us.
Wheaties breakfast this morning?
Sure, it helps me feel fit.
But do you know Wheaties has bran fiber your body may need?
That's news to me.
Why Wheaties?
Oh, we love the taste.
I have for years. But do you know for years you've been getting something extra for your diet? Bran fiber?
Well, that's news to me.
Wheaties. It's brand news.
Next week, George and Gracie will be brought to you by Carnation.
Hiya, happy boy. Wish you'd been with me today. We saw a great dog show, some beautiful dogs. There was the handsomest poodle, a real beauty, an international champion. His owner gave me some good advice.
There are many dog foods on the market, but the Carnation Company makes the best. It's called Friskies, and it's quality all the way through.
You should have seen the champion collie. He won everything in sight. The handler told me.
A very important part of this champion's diet is meat. That's why we feed him Friskies. The principal ingredient is lean red horse meat, the best you can buy.
So happy, you're getting real quality, and you're going to get your Friskies right now.
Friskies is prepared to the high standards of Carnation Company and guarantees prime-grade nourishment.
Here's the newest, most exciting sound in town. It's a General Electric blender that's going around. Completely new from base to lid. Take it apart, see what they did. The non-skid base is the lowest you'll ever see.
The decanter has a 36-ounce blending capacity.
The non-spill lid is really smart. For blending convenience, it comes apart. Add additional ingredients, if you will. Look, no splash, see no spill. Put them all together and you know it's true. The General Electric blender is best for you.
If you want to know another reason why, it's only 10 1/2 inches high.
Stores easily on the counter or on a shelf. There's 1,000 things you can make yourself.
Make party spreads, great cabbage heads.
Blend the meatloaf for a family of 8. Make ice-cold drinks you'll appreciate. Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
Did he say only 10 1/2 inches high?
A pleasure, Milton. In just a moment, we'll see how well Milton does at the Pentagon. But if you want to see busy hands at your house, just you offer this lively Christmas party dip that's so good to serve with king-size Fritos corn chips. Just follow the recipe right on the Fritos package. Of course, it calls for the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese, an 8-ounce package, which we blended with 2 tablespoons of milk till it's nice and smooth, like so. Then come 2 tablespoons of Kraft cream-style horseradish for zesty flavor. a 1/4 teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, and finally, a dash of salt. And we'll blend our Philly mixture again. And when party time comes, let the folks enjoy this wonderful Philly horseradish dip with crisp king-size Fritos. There are those busy hands. Just remember, you make the best-tasting dips with the freshest-tasting cream cheese you can buy. Philadelphia brand cream cheese, made only by Kraft.
Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread gives you 7 ounces of non-fat milk solids in every loaf, the equal of 90 quarts a year if you serve it regularly. Every sandwich you make, every snack, gives you extra milk. For wonderful flavor combined with sound food values, serve Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread in the pantry pack.
And now, from the popular comic strip Peanuts, here are Charlie Brown and his friend.
Why, thank you, Charlie Brown. Thank you, Charlie Brown.
What's the occasion? Has Charlie Brown had another baby sister?
No, Ford has new economy twins, so he's passing out chocolate cigars to everyone.
Everyone?
Yes, everyone.
You bet your boots, everyone. 'Cause it's just like they said. We've got something big to celebrate. And here it is, Ford's Economy Twins for 1960. The economy choice of a lifetime. Oh, I'll bet you've never seen a prettier twosome than this. There's the new size Ford, the Falcon. And next to it, the large economy size Ford, the Fairlane 500. You know, the 60 Fords were featured in the recent issue of Vogue magazine. And when you run your eyes over the elegant good looks of this Fairlane 500, it's sure easy to see why Vogue says Ford means a fashion success. And all this all-new beauty is yours for an all-new price. That's right. This roomier, more luxurious Fairlane...
Okay, I'm back. Wow, that's a weird bit of music to return to. So I think we're doing all right with our pork. So I think I'm going to go ahead and get started with plating my tacos. Apparently has a top and a bottom to it, so let's use the top. They're wrapped in foil. They're going to catch fire. Wait, they're wrapped in foil and then they're wrapped in plastic. Oh, they're only coated on the outside. Now I'm sort of appreciating that they did that. When it comes to sealing these back up as best as I can. Because these are going to go stale quick. That is if they're usable. That's if I like them. Ooh, do we go mac first? I think we go mac and cheese first. Got our pork that's been simmering here. Just trying to make sure they all get nicely recoated with lots and lots of that sauce or reduced stock with seasonings. A little fresh salsa. Not fresh salsa, jarred salsa. I hate the word fresh. It means nothing. A lot of cleanup from tonight's dinner. I am not going to like myself in the morning. Yep, absolutely, Hazel. Now we eat. They didn't stand very well. Oh well. One more project of the evening. We need some ice cream. Ice cream. Takis ice cream. Gonna have to serve this over on the stove. Still a bit soft. This is like perfect eating softness here. That's like looking just about perfect. I mean, it's gonna solidify up a bit more as it freezes, but not 100% sure on this one yet. I think I need to wait for it to, yeah, I need to wait for it to sit for my mouth for a moment. Like, it's so pink, and with those specks, I so want to say that that's strawberry. Like, almost to the point my brain's, like, trying to convince me it is. It's tasty. Like, that's tasty in the same way like tagine and fruit is tasty. Like, it's got a bit of heat to it after you go for a while. It's not going to be heat that I think anyone needs to be afraid of. If you're a fan of pineapple tagine, that combination of fruit and heat, this might be a winner for you. Not too shabby. So our final battle of the evening. I was actually planning on it being in there because I thought the lime would go well with all of that. That, like, I mean, it's lime and pepper with, yeah. I thought it would all go well together. It is bad. I don't know that it excites me at the same time, though, if you get what I mean. Like, it passes. I think people who are big fans of that whole tagine and fresh fruit, especially sweet fruit, that'll be a winner for them. Bun's getting those kills, you murderous bunny, you. Catalina getting the assists. Honorable mention to Immer GA. Bun's, Catalina, and Hazel Tari getting the scrolls for our last battle of the evening. And myself, too. Yay! Alright, we'll leave that there. Let's take a look at, let's see who's online tonight. Let's see if we got anyone. I haven't seen anyone guiding the raid tonight. Alright, I think I've got a target in mind. I want to thank everyone for joining me tonight and hanging out with me when I did all this craziness. We made our lard, we made our pork stock, we did, what else did we do? We cured bacon, mac and cheese with Takis, tacos, ice cream. A productive evening. Gonna be back here with more foie gras fun. Since we have that already all made up, I need to use that up. So that's going to be Friday's fun. I hope you come back and join me for that. I'm going to try and throw as much foie gras into Friday as I can, because we already missed one night of foie gras, and I got a lot of it. I'm hoping to make a thing out of Friday. And then Sunday, we're starting into our next week of fun. So I hope you come back. I think it's junk food week after this. I forget what I did my third week for this month is. But I hope you all have a lovely evening. Thank you for joining me tonight. I hope to see you back. And good night.